And we're live.
We're live. We're live. Okay, so I don't have anybody out there yet. I this is Tessa. This is my channel. I have a 10-year run in the blogging industry. I usually blog, though lately I haven't been blogging. I write mainly short stories and poetry with occasional longer novel thrown in there, which I am currently writing a thriller and learning a lot about novel writing from this thriller. And I'm a pantser, so I don't use outlines. And sometimes my memory isn't so great, so I started creating a story Bible. Tonight, I have with me Megan McCarthy as a guest.
Hello.
And
Hello.
Megan, can go ahead and introduce herself.
Hi, my name is Megan McCarthy. I have a YouTube channel. I post videos about my writing process, and I also am going to do some live streams in the future. I just don't know when yet. I write contemporary fiction, and other than that, that's about it, I think. So
Yeah.
I'm a plotter. I'm not a pantser. I need to have it all written out for me, but other than that, yeah.
So you're getting it from both sides for tonight. Um,
Mm.
well, I mean, we usually have a mixed audience on it anyhow. Some like the plot and some don't. And whatever works best. I find all my creativity is in my mind, and if I pour it into an outline, it's done. Like, for me, it's like the first time, my first draft is like an outline, I guess, but you know, I can't work from an outline. I tried that once. It didn't work. I'm not sure if I'll try again. Since Charlie was telling me about the Save the Cat written by the original
Mm-hmm.
guy who wrote it, the book number 2, Save the Cat Goes to the Movies. I
Mm-hmm.
really enjoyed that, and it really is a lot easier to understand. And I really realized with the examples that my story actually did fit one of the categories, and it hit a lot of the beats, which kind of surprised me since I didn't do any of that. So that was a little bit surprising. And then I got the book, but I haven't started reading the Romancing the Beat. I'm thinking about maybe trying a romance story, but I'm not sure. I want to finish this thriller first. And it'll be my first, if I finish it, it'll be my first real finished book. I've done some bits and pieces on memoirs, but haven't actually wrote, an actual book. I've had published articles, nonfiction for bipolar, on a bipolar blog. And I had to apply for that, show them my work, and, you know, just like any other writing job. And so I wrote for them for about a year. Every month I had to produce an article. And then at that time, my bipolar was bad enough that I had subjects. But when I got better under control, it was harder to write the articles because
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't suffering from as many of the things anymore. And then they changed ownership, and so I stopped writing them. But I did have a lot of those articles were published. They're still on the website. I went checking not too long ago, so they're still there. So that's my bit with publishing. I can't remember. Have you published a book yet?
Nope.
No, you haven't either.
No, this is I finished my first book at Camp NaNoWriMo, so that's the book that I've been working on and trying to build into a novel. So we'll see how it turns out, because it's right now it's a hot mess.
Yeah, mine is too. I got somebody to be an alpha reader, what they call an alpha reader, and I had to look it up to see what that meant because I knew what a beta reader was, and that's people who read hot messes,
Yeah.
and give you constructive criticism and stuff. And it doesn't have to be polished, but They only got half because the book's not done. So they only got the first half. But she said she really likes it so far. Because I have late night, long streams, and we were the only two in there. And she asked me if I would read part of it to her. So I said, what the heck? I want an idea of what somebody else thought. So I read this section, and she's like, oh, I want to read that. So it made me feel better. So I sent her the first half, and she had a few things to say about a couple things that were a little messed up. But she said, for the most part, this is great, you know. So I can't wait to finish writing this so I can get her to read the other half of it.
Yeah.
You know, because the second half is even harder to write than the first half. I mean, my imagination can come up with that. It was all, you know, imagination. Well, based somewhat on real life, um, things that I had heard of or learned about in my life. And so the story, you know, came into a pretty good story. But the ending now, I'm working, you know, with the cops and the discovery of the bodies. And, you know, I don't know anything about that part of the. So it's a lot of research trying to figure out how all that works.
Hmm.
So last night I wanted to write. So I did that last minute pop up last night, and I got a few people. And normally at this time, I would have a couple people, but with the people that are out there streaming right now, probably, probably not going to get too many tonight, if any, unfortunately. And like last night at 10 o'clock, nobody was streaming. And so when people come in, it's like, oh, I couldn't find a stream anywhere. It's so bad to see you're streaming. You know,
Hmm.
it was weird to find a time when nobody was streaming. That's been almost impossible to do.
Hmm.
Well, if you want, we can start a
Jump right
sprint.
in, do a sprint.
Yeah, and see if anybody joins us.
Sounds good. I
All
have
right.
some reading I need to get done, so I'm excited to sprint.
All right. So, how long? I am more for the long ones. I cannot stand 10 to 15 minutes. I'm
Hmm.
more 30-minute people, but if you want a 20 or 25, that's fine.
If we could start with a 20 or 25 and work our way up to a 30, that would be great because I
Right.
like to start with a 15 and then go on to the longer sprints later. You know, I need to warm up and get my get myself started first.
Well, I find that if they're too short, by the time I find my place, get situated, ready to write, the timer's done. So that's why I hate to have those little short sprints. They're like a waste of
Mm,
time for me. So, but
gotcha.
we'll do a 20-minute. So,
Okay, sounds
let me
good.
do this right. Share the screen. I always forget to share the screen. Okay. All right. Where's the timer? Here we go. This happened to me last night too. Come on. There it is. For some reason, I guess because I have so many things open, it doesn't
Hmm.
want to show up on the list of screens. Even though they're side by side, it doesn't want to show up. All right, 20 minutes. And we'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Beepity beep, beepity beep.
You've been around Charlie too much. Oh gosh. I don't do that. You bet. She does. Get that. She does.
Yeah.
With the stuff. Oh, oh, that doesn't work either. There we go.
There we go.
Well, I ended up doing editing. You know what really gets me? I use Grammarly. Grammarly works great. However, if you go back the next time, it'll change things that it said the first time. So like the first time, you'll say, oh,
Yeah,
this needs a
sometimes it'll do
comma. So
that.
you put a comma in. Then you go back in the next time and it says, oh, this doesn't need a comma. I'm like, make up your mind already. Like, how am I supposed to if you keep changing things on me?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, that is one of the downfalls of
yeah.
Grammarly. Sometimes it doesn't know what it's talking
It
about.
doesn't. I mean, it'll totally change its mind about what it thinks needs to be done. And I'm like, I don't understand. So I'm forever changing it back and forth to whatever it feels like at that precise moment. Because I'm lousy when it comes, especially with commas. Where to place the commas drives me crazy. I never know where to put the commas.
Yeah, commas are surprisingly difficult punctuation to get right. There's so many rules that you have to follow.
Because I don't get some of
all.
them. I understand, when you say like, I'm going to play with my wagon, my ball, and comma, my duck. I get that one. But then sometimes it's just two things, and it'll want a comma in there to connect. I think it says like a clause or something.
Yeah, like an independent clause is when
like two, yeah, like there's two of them together, and I don't usually pick that up. That one I usually miss. So I don't know. And then I a lot of times I'll forget, like if I'll put like, Scott, comma, did whatever. I will forget that comma. And I know a comma goes there, invariably I forget. And I think part of it's because I've come to rely on the grammar that I tend to just let things go and let it pick it up and fix it, which is probably not a good thing. What can I say? So I ended up because I was going through the document, I'm like, why are these names all wrong? Because when it shut down today, it shut all my stuff down. And I opened the document, and so I'm like, why are the names not changed? And I realized I was in the wrong document. So I had to go and find the right document because I was back in the old document.
Gotcha.
Oh, boy.
That gets complicated when you have multiple documents for the same thing and trying to figure out which one is which. And then you open one and then you realize you can't look by the date because you just opened them all.
Yeah. So now they're all the same date. That doesn't help. So how did you do with your reading?
I finished a chapter in the book, so I'm on the next chapter that I'm reading. So it's been going well in the book, learning lots about adding conflict into they were mostly talking about adding conflict into dialogue in the last chapter that I read. So that was an interesting chapter, learning how to make conversations more conflicting so that it adds more intrigue to the conversation.
All right. Well, I got plenty of conflict in mine because I have a cheating husband, so there's conflict. and not only is there a cheating husband, but there's more than one woman involved. So, there's problems with women too. So women fighting over. over this guy who's so wonderful, you know. So, uh, so I didn't write anything new that time. I'm getting feedback. All right. I wonder if it's, yeah, that's where I'm getting feedback. All right, let's try that. I muted it, so now it shouldn't be feedback. Oh no, there's still one of the others open.
At least I'm not hearing the feedback, so it's not on my
Oh,
side.
okay. All right. Well, I'm hearing, but that's not open either. Yeah, I can hear an echo. I don't have headphones on because they bother me, and I don't know where to plug them into this new computer anyhow.
Yeah.
No one's ever
Probably on the
said
side of your monitor somewhere.
somewhere something's open. I got so many things open.
You're going to have to get, do you use Chrome?
Yeah.
There's an application called OneTab, which is really useful. I love it. It's a plugin. That's what they're called, a Chrome plugin. And so what you do is you click on the button, and it'll take all your tabs and put them onto one page so that you can look at them later. And you don't have to worry about it cluttering up your computer. It when you have so many tabs open, it slows the computer down. And so one
Right.
tab will put them all into one page so you don't worry about it. So I can have like 50 tabs open and then click the button, and then it's all on one page. So then I don't have to worry about, losing the pages that I want to hold on to. So it's a very useful plugin. I highly recommend it, and it's called OneTab.
Okay. I'll have to look into that. Because I always have a ton of tabs open. I can't operate without people saying, "Why do you do that?" I said, "Because I like to be there when I want to look. When I want it, I want it to be there."
Especially if you're doing like something research intensive like what you're doing for, looking up police procedures and stuff like that. You want to have multiple sources, and this allows you to kind of put them all in one place so you don't have to worry about it.
Hmm. All right, let me close this. Close these. Now I just got StreamYard open. No YouTube is open. It's quieter. Maybe there's one I missed that was playing and I didn't realize it. Now I hear something. Weird. I don't usually have sound, so I'm not used to having feedback. Well, looks like the way things are going, it just might be you and me tonight.
Well, at least we'll get stuff done. It will be productive.
Yeah, right. I may not be out to stay up tonight because if everybody's involved in all these other streams, won't have to worry about hanging around.
Yeah.
I mean, usually I get Jen Mooney comes in, and she's usually around because she's always got deadlines. She's a ghostwriter, so she's
Oh, yeah.
always writing. She goes, I can't even write on my own stuff. I'm always on the deadline with all my, she's trying to pay her bills with it, so she does a lot of it.
Yeah.
I don't know about producing on, a schedule like that where it's You
No,
know,
I tried
you
it
got
once. I tried doing freelance writing, and the deadlines were a little too difficult for me because I'm such a slow writer that I'm a very, thoughtful writer when I'm writing, especially on for something that I'm working on for someone else. So it takes me a while, and so I was like, yeah, this probably isn't a good career path for me.
uh, yeah, well, she writes a lot of romance stories, and
Mm,
so it's always the same stuff. I mean, how many different things can you come up with in a romance
yeah.
category?
Yeah.
But she seemed to enjoy it. So,
Well, that's good.
yeah. All right. Well, let's go for another sprint, I guess. Hopefully somebody
Sounds
will
good.
show up. Try 25 this time.
Sure.
All right. Let's go for 25. We'll start in
Oh,
5.
we've got
Two.
Cachet's here. Hello,
Oh,
Cachet.
oh, great. All right. Let me get back over there. Hi, Shay.
I'm doing I'm doing wonderful.
Yeah, we're keeping each other company here. There's a lot of screams tonight, it seems like. Nice to see you. One of us is reading, one of us is writing. So,
Hmm. I'm reading.
and I'm busy writing because I was in hospital so long I didn't get a chance to write. And so I'm happy to be back writing again.
You probably have a lot of ideas that have been building up for a while that you need to get out.
Yeah, I had plenty of time to think at the hospital. I didn't have time to. I didn't have any way of writing them down though. So if they didn't stay in my head, then I didn't have any way of keeping them.
Oh.
A whole different hospital stay than my last one. This one was different. Different
Mm.
hospital. Whole different hospital group even. The one I used to go to, they were turning people away. So I
Oh,
couldn't go there.
wow.
So I had to go out of the area, and they're like trying to set me up with doctors. I'm like, look, I don't live in this area. I don't want to go to doctors in this area. I will find a doctor in my area if I'm not driving all the way over here every time for a doctor appointment.
Yeah, that's a little much.
Yeah, well, it's exactly there. Well, why are you here? I said, because this is where they made me come. The ambulance wouldn't take me anywhere else. And to come where I was taken, I wasn't given a choice. I asked and was told no. So here I am. so so we're a little slow right now. We're just keeping each other occupied and hoping that somebody is looking for a quiet little place to write.
Yes. We're about to start our second sprint. We're going to be doing 25 minutes, so that'll be
Yep.
fun.
All right. Let me get that. I was right in the middle of starting that. So let me get that going. All right. We'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Hi, Tamama. Hi, BH. Nice to see you. We're just finishing up our second sprint now. Alrighty. I'm not sure why that didn't go off that time. Good thing I was watching it. Oh, we had BH and Tamama arrive there at the end.
Hello.
How'd you do, Megan?
I finished another chapter of the book. This chapter was on adding suspense to your
Uh-oh.
novel, so it was a interesting chapter
No
for sure.
voice. No sound. Now what?
Can you hear me at least?
Can you guys hear? Or is it on our end?
I can hear you.
I can't hear Megan. Who do you hear? Anybody? You can hear her. Great. I can't hear her. Can you hear me? You can both hear her, yet I can't hear her.
I can.
Don't know how to fix that.
Hello, Abigail.
Oh, goody. We were able to talk to each other before.
Technical difficulties.
Hey, Abigail. Nice to see you. We're having technical difficulties right now. Can you hear me, Megan? Because I can't hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm afraid to do too much because I've knocked myself right out of StreamYard before doing things. Neither one of us is muted. Yeah, the technological gremlins. Oh, Abigail. It's always something. We were just talking, both of us.
And I can hear
I don't know
you.
why now.
You can't hear me though.
I can't hear her. And I couldn't hear. Oh, wait a minute.
Did you mute your computer again? Oh wait, you can't hear me.
My speaker turned itself off.
Okay.
What alerted me was the fact that I couldn't hear the bell when it went off. I'm like, wait a minute. The last time I couldn't hear the bell because it turned itself off. It just turned itself off. I didn't touch it.
That's so weird.
All right. That wasn't diverted. Figured that one out. Thank you,
Yay.
my Christmas tree. I think looks nice back there, twinkling away.
Yes, it's very festive.
Yeah. Now, my daughter put it there, and I didn't think about it when she put it there, but it's in the perfect place. Plus, I have a mess all over the table because I'm working on planners and bullet journals and opened up all the Amazon boxes. So, there's stuff everywhere. And I got a new phone today. So, that is all over the place, too. And a new iPhone 12 today. So the box paperwork for that is all over. So, okay. So now I can hear it. I can hear again. Great.
Yay. So I read a chapter of my book.
Okay.
What happened in the book? Let's see. I don't remember. I got so distracted by the not being able to hear that I forgot what happened in the book. Oh, we were talking about suspense and adding suspense to the book. Yeah.
Definitely books need suspense. Depending on the
Hmm.
kind of book you're reading, I guess. So Mama says she can't wait until she has time to work on her book again. I'm sorry to hear that you can't work on it right now. This is yesterday was my first day back working on it after a couple weeks. And this
Ooh,
is
that
all.
sounds nice, Abigail. She says, I think I'm going to drink some tea and color in my coloring book tonight. That sounds good.
Oh, there you go. I got a bunch of coloring books and a ton of crayons. I got this huge box of Crayola crayons. I haven't colored since I got them. I did one page with gel pens, and that was hard. The gel pens run out so fast, It didn't have any
Hmm.
color. The color doesn't last. So I got the crayons, but I haven't started anything with the crayons. And then I couldn't find pictures I really liked. And I have to be in a certain mood. I'm really picky when it comes to these kind of things.
I know how it is. I'm like that too with things. Everything has to be just right, or otherwise, not at all. That's what, like, with me and knitting. Everything has to be just right. I have to find the right pattern, something that's relatively easy. It has to be the right temperature outside, because if it's too hot outside, then I can't knit.
Oh gosh. Oh man. So Mama writes, stay dreaming up plot hole fixes in the meantime. Well, they're important. So
Hmm.
yeah, you definitely need to fix those plot holes. And BH is trying to write a few different scenes in her story. Okay, that's good. We discussed last night about writing a lot of different things at one time or just one project. And I had somebody new last night, and they said that they only worked one project at a time. And when that was done, they could work on another one. And it's like, for me, if I can't work on one, I want to have another one that I can work on. I need to have
Yeah.
options. Have to have options.
Options are important.
Yeah, because sometimes you hit a snag and it really will set you back a long time if you can't overcome it right away.
Hmm.
So for me, now I haven't touched anything else since I started this story, which is unusual because I'm so determined that this one is going to be finished. So I've been working on it, and I haven't really been doing much in my blog. And again, I'm behind in that. So
Blogs are hard to keep up with. I used to have a blog, and keeping up with the content was always the hardest part.
when it was just writing short stories and poetry, I didn't have a problem with it. Every day I had several new things. Because I did a lot of prompt writing. And so I would, I had a bunch of prompts, and every day I would do the prompts for the day. And I didn't have that much trouble. But now that I've been more interested in doing this and not in blogging, it's harder. And so, like, I'll go back and, I'll have lost a lot of people because, nobody's heard from me. So they kind of forget about you.
Yeah.
I hear from you. Just like on here, I had a lot of people that I had as regulars before I went out in the hospital for 6 weeks. And after 6 weeks, I come back and it's like, I have nobody. And
Oh,
it's new people because there's nobody here. My regulars are gone. They found other people. I can't blame them. I mean, I wasn't here. So if
yeah.
they're right, they got to spread out their wings and find somebody else. So So, starting again, here we go again after another week and a half. Some of the people I have seen haven't been around. Let's see, BH says exactly, I make it a maximum of 2 works in progress at a time. That way I could always come back to one if the motors aren't working on the other one to move it. There you
Mm-hmm.
go. Yeah, good idea. Right now I just have the one I'm really, really, really working on. And just like so into this one. If something happens, it slows everything down because I want to do this one.
Mm-hmm.
But working on too many is limiting my progress and concentration a bit. Yeah, I guess it can. I'm used to writing short stories, so they're done and over so quickly that you don't have time to worry about that. Not
Mm-hmm.
used to writing long works. Not really
I
used
have
to.
the other opposite problem. I have trouble writing short stories because I'm used to writing long tomes.
And I mean, it's just something that, because I got used to flash fiction, and that's even shorter. So when you go to being used to flash fiction and then trying to write something long, because you're so used to cutting everything out of the book, that all the fleshy parts of the book out
Mm-hmm.
to write when you're used to doing that. And I did a lot of flash fiction, and it was hard. So Mama says, I wish I could focus on more than one work in progress. Well, yeah, I don't know how. I don't know how to change that. It's just the way I am, and I think we're all different. So it's probably
Yeah.
something within us that happens, and everybody just you know do that has to do what that works for them. So we've got about 40 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
so we can either do 2:20s or 1:30.
Let's do one longer one.
And do a 30.
Yeah, and then we can chat for the rest of it.
Okay,
That would work.
all right. That'll
I
set.
prefer longer books too, BH. I always like the thicker the book the better.
I don't mind if they're shorter, if they're a series, and I know that there's going to be more to it. But when you invest yourself into a story and then it's a real short one and it stops,
Mm-hmm.
you feel like you're missing something.
Yeah.
And and when I'm reading a series, I like to read them in order, and I like to imagine myself, like I really involve myself in it. And then when it ends, I really miss it. Like
Mm-hmm.
I feel as if I feel the loss. I really feel the loss when it ends.
One of my favorite authors is Wally Lamb, and he writes the thickest books. Like they're all about like this thick and
Man.
this thick, and I just love his books. He's written a few books. I think one of them was on Oprah's book club list. It was very good. I read it in high school. It was called I know this much is true. I think that's what it's called. Really good book. Um, I they made it into a HBO. I think it's a movie. I'm not sure. It might be a TV show. One of the two. They turned it into something on HBO um,
Hmm.
with the guy who plays the Hulk. I can't remember his name. He plays the main character. He I need to see it because it looks like it's going to be such a good movie or TV show, whatever it is.
Oh wow. Yeah. Uh, I read probably the longest one was one of Stephen King's, The Dome.
Yes, Mark Ruffalo. Thank you,
Huge.
Abigail.
Huge.
Oh yeah, Stephen King writes some pretty big books too.
And The Dome was like over 1,000 pages. It was thick book, and there was a lot of storylines going. Talk about having a lot of storylines going. It didn't just focus on one set of people. I mean, he really branched out in that. And I know they made that TV series, which I never did watch the TV series. I read the book, but and now I hear there's a dome too. They made a
Hmm.
second. So I don't know if I want to read it or not. But I haven't been doing as much reading as I was. Okay, so let's see. I can't stop reading it, phase, but then other times I will purposely save the chapters with a bookmark so it can last. Yeah, and then I go through different moods too. All right, well, let's get the third. Yep, third. Let's get the third one started. It'll be for 30 minutes, and that'll be our last sprint before Megan has to go. And then we'll go on from there. So let me set it
Sounds
up.
good.
Okay. Yes, some people showed up before the end, so we weren't just talking to her. Oops, I forgot the countdown. Started it. Sorry. Okay, it started. So I will see you back here in 29 minutes. Okay, the time I was actually able to hear it. I got probably about 100 words written. I'm adding a section. It never occurred to me. I went from murder right to them bringing in the suspects. So I'm thinking, wait a minute, they need to have they need to have a little bit of a story there about who found them and that kind of stuff. So that's what I'm working on now. So how'd you do, Megan?
Well, I ate dinner and then I read a little bit more of um, the book. We're still on suspense and adding suspense into your novel. So that's what I did. I had
Taquitos.
taquitos
I'm
for
not sure
dinner.
exactly what that is, but I know it's some kind of Mexican type food.
Yeah, it's ours was, I believe it was carne asada on the inside, and it's like a fried tortilla that's wrapped around the meat in a tiny little tortilla roll, and you eat those, and so that's kind of what a
Okay.
taquito
Well, I
is.
think that means little, right? Mistaken, the word
Uh,
means little in some way.
yeah, I believe so. I'm not 100% certain.
Okay. Well, Tamama said she did the dishes and got through about 2 minutes of editing. So that's good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a burrito, but cigar
Okay.
size.
Okay.
That's about accurate.
Yeah, I'm not a big Mexican person. If anything, I'll have a hard shell taco. I don't like the tortillas, the soft
Hmm.
shells and stuff. I like regular hard shell
Oh,
tacos.
I love me some soft shell tacos. I love Mexican food in general, but I grew up in California, so we
Um,
got like really good Mexican food, um, really authentic Mexican food over there.
Let me bring myself back into the picture here. I forgot to turn it. I was eating too. So I was eating and writing. I figured I better turn that picture off. uh, well, that pretty much wraps up our 2 hours. So
Hmm.
if Megan would like to give an outro to whoever may not, I don't know if everybody here knows you or not, go ahead and give your
I think
outro.
everyone here knows me, but hello again. My name is Megan McCarthy. I write contemporary fiction. I have a YouTube channel. I post videos about my writing journey, and I'm hoping to do some live streams in the future. I just haven't planned any out yet. Still working that out. Oh, Nikki just got here. Hi, Nikki.
Hi, Nikki.
Um, let's see. What else? I think that's about it. That covers me, I think. So,
Okay, well, I appreciate you coming and being with me tonight. Maybe we can do this again sometime.
yes, it was fun. We should definitely do it again.
Okay, and good luck with your doing fast streams because I think they're fun myself. So I
Yeah.
enjoy.
Well,
So
I
I
might join in the chat, but I'll see you guys later,
okay,
and
great.
I'll see everyone later. Bye.
Bye. All right, everybody. Our time with Megan has come to an end, and so Nikki, nice to see you. And I started writing again, so I'm all excited to be writing again and completely forgetting that whole section that really needs to be in the book. I mean, I went from murder to them bringing in suspects. So now we got to have something here where they found the bodies and, a little something. So that's what I'm working on right this moment, anyhow. So, Anybody else get any writing done, or everybody just doing odd jobs? The other day, that's all I did. I was doing little of this. I started a bullet journal, my first one, and working on a planner. And I got a new iPhone today, so I've been trying to figure this out because it's way different. There's no button. You have to swipe everything, and I'm not used to that. So that's going to take some getting used to. So we just finished sprint 3. And we did varying lengths because Megan likes the shorter ones. So I accommodated her with some smaller ones. Oh, thank you, BH. I'm glad you are excited hearing about my story. Like I said, I did have one person read it, the top half of it so far. I don't have the ending done, so there's no ending to read yet. But she enjoyed it quite a bit. She said it's very good, and she's waiting on the edge of her seat for the rest of it. So that makes me feel good. So, like I have said, if anybody is interested in being what they call an alpha reader, it's where you read the rough draft. It's not, edited for publishing at this point. I don't mind. I can send you a Google Doc with the upper half of the story, and you can read it at your leisure and leave any comments if you wish. Just send me a notification either through Instagram or email on the comments of this thing, and I just need your email address and I can send you a copy of the upper part of my story to start. And I would be very glad to hear any comments that you have on the story, because this is something really new for me. I've had a lot of short stories, of course, they get read all the time, but never had anything longer that really got read. And this one I intend to finish, so there will eventually be an ending, at which point you would get. Now, it won't be as, this one is pretty cleaned up. It's not a sloppy mess. I've done a lot of editing on the top half of it so far, so it's a pretty decent read at this point. It's not a big messy, like what I'm doing right now, just throwing everything together. But anybody that would like to read it, just let me know, and I will send you a copy of the Google Doc, and you can make comments if you wish, or you can just read it if you wish, whatever you decide. So BH got a little bit of writing done. Okay, good. And of course, she said she's excited about my story. I can't hear that enough. It always makes a author feel good that knows somebody wants to hear about your story. So we're going to get ready to do the 4th sprint. How long would you like to go? As most of you know, I usually tend to stick around 30 minutes, but if others have, other choices, we will consider them. As always, give everybody a chance to state their opinion. I know some people don't like long sprints. Just because I do doesn't mean you do. So, if I don't hear anything, then I will just set it up for 30 minutes like I normally do. And we will go into sprint 4. So I managed to sneak dinner in on the last one. Okay, to Mama says 30 is good for her because she's in for the long haul. B8 is good with 30. I'm thinking it's looking like a 30. Nikki says hi to Mama. Okay, let's get a fourth one set up. I put the banner up if I can remember, because sometimes I forget after I start the timer. So this will be our fourth one. We're starting. We're going to go for 30 minutes. And I'm going to start it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Sorry, did that again. Kate, sorry dear, you're feeling under the weather. I'm glad you stopped by and said hi. Hope to see you again when you're feeling better. I was busy trying to register my new iPhone and get the extras that I was promised. A little bit harder than I thought it would be. So, didn't get any writing done this particular section because I was trying to get this phone, all the things I have to get registered before I run out of time. I don't know if there's a time limit or not. So, sorry about the muting. I do that all the time. I hate to mute myself because I always forget to unmute it. Um, so Mama, I gather you're editing, not just writing. Editing can be good or bad. Sometimes I prefer just to edit and not have to think about the whole thing. Other times I like the excitement of developing a new storyline. So, whichever you're doing, I hope you're having fun. Still just editing. Okay, that's good. You know, it was cold in here earlier, and I almost turned the heater on. Almost, because it's never cold enough in here to turn the heater on. But I was cold. And now I'm glad I didn't, because now I'm hot. So I'm definitely glad I didn't. Okay, so Nikki's watching TV. Okay. Anything in particular? Or just TV? I just got Disney Plus and Hulu as part of my phone package. So I've got access to a lot more than just my Netflix. To Mama Rice, I'm editing a video and I'm amusing myself though. Hey, it's better to have fun with it. I usually get frustrated with mine. I would like to enjoy editing. I think it could be a fun thing if I could get into it. I just don't understand it. So it kind of takes the joy out of it when you don't know what you're doing. I don't watch a lot of TV. I go through periods. I read, then I want to write, then I watch TV. It's a new show. Okay, cool. So you haven't had time to really format an opinion on whether or not you really enjoy it yet or not, probably. Maybe not. Some people can tell right off the bat if it's something they're going to like. I watched a lot of TV recently because I was in the hospital, so that's all I did 24 hours a day. TV was just on and running. And even when I was reading on my phone, I had the TV running in the background. And when I was sleeping, I had the TV running in the background. So I haven't gotten hooked on any shows recently. So I watch a lot of HGTV because I like watching them flip the houses. I think that's neat. I can't do it myself, but I like that. And I also like watching the cooking channel, Cooking Network, even though I don't cook. I hate cooking, but I love to watch it. Okay, so I think it's time, unless somebody else has something else to talk about, to go to our next sprint. So we stick with the 30 minutes. for me, it's a good thing. And right now, I'm doing a lot of trying to sign up for stuff that I was promised in my purchase of the new iPhone. It's the not fun part of the whole thing is signing up for everything. And they don't make it easy. You would think I would just go on and say, okay, do this, do this, do this. No, I'm confused. Okay, well, let us get another. It'll be our fifth one. So put our fifth sprint up. I'm finding it's better for me to put the banner up first. That way I don't forget it. I'm going to set it for 30 minutes. There were no objections. And we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Maybe I'll leave it off mute right now. See if I can not make a lot of noise. And go back to what I was doing. Oh, we're supposed to be getting the device ID. Okay. How do you guys do? I'm in the middle of chatting with Verizon right now. So I need to start another sprint so I can try and get my issue resolved. So I'm going to start another one without any chat in between. I'm so sorry. But I'm afraid if I lose my rep, I may not get another one. So I'm starting the sixth sprint right now. I'll be right back as soon as I can. Thanks, guys. You're great. Be back as soon as I can. Okay. All right. I'm not muted. Okay. So I got an idea. I didn't get through with my whole issue, but I got an idea where to look. So I cut that off. I'm back. I'm sorry I had to do that. Thought it was going to be a simple thing. Nothing simple in this day and age. Did anybody get anything done while I was gone? See, tomorrow I got to the end of the video, rewatching with music now. Okay. But you're amusing yourself, so that's good. Nicole, I gather you're still watching your TV show. And if anybody came while I was gone, I didn't get a chance to answer, I'm sorry. I was trying to fix my Verizon account. Alright, video's done. It's rendering. Cool. Gosh, it's getting out of here. I still didn't fix the problem that I contacted them for Verizon. But I got an idea where to look now. Of course, I have to use the app on a phone. I have no idea how to use. The iPhone 12 is a lot different from the other iPhones. So I will be struggling probably for a while with that. But I'm off the chat at least. So I don't have to talk to anybody. Hopefully. Hopefully I can do it on my own. So, sounds like you kept yourself busy while I was keeping myself busy. I'm so tired of dealing with customer service that isn't funny. Honestly. And they want to do everything on the apps. They want to do everything on apps. Why can't we do it the old-fashioned way on the computer? I'm not real good with smartphones and apps. So, would we like to do another now my mind goes blank. Sprint. There you go. Duh. Would we like to do another sprint? Does anybody have anything they'd like to say? I promise to try not to get involved again with that. They told me where to find what I'm looking for, so hopefully I can find what I'm looking for. When I got the phone, I was promised Disney Plus, Hulu, ESPN Plus, and 6 months of Apple Music free. But I couldn't figure out how to do it. So I think we found the spot now, but I haven't tried it. Because I'm afraid I'm going to run into more issues if I do. So, BH, hey, you're still there and you're on a roll. I'm so glad for you. Yeah, I need lots of luck with Verizon. Man, it's such a pain. And now with the video chat, you got to type everything out and wait for them, to text you back. And it's so much more complicated than get on the phone and getting it done. But I want my free stuff. I mean, that was part of, paying for this extra phone was to get all of that stuff. So I want my add-ons. So now I know they're called add-ons and where supposedly I can find them. So we'll see. So let's go ahead and start another sprint. And I guess we can keep it. Yeah, they want you to give up before you get to someone. You know what? I think you're right. Because it takes forever. And then, of course, they give you nothing but aggravation because text messaging is a long process. It's not like talking to somebody on a phone. It's a pain. And they were trying to add on more services, but I wanted to see, and they were talking about these wonderful deals, what they were going to give me. They wanted to give me an extra cell phone if I added a line. I don't need another cell phone and another line. So all that for nothing. So anyhow, BH says my words are going well. I've gotten approximately 300 words per sprint, and we did like 3 sprints now. So great. That's a lot of words. That's a good job, and I'm very proud of you. You stick with it. You'll get where you want to go to. So happy for you. Yeah, I'm still hoping to get my free stuff. They promised me, and if not, tomorrow I will be on the phone during business hours, and I will be talking to somebody. Right now, I'm going to limit it because it's after business hours and it's a chat bot. Not very reliable. So, wasn't the best time to start doing that, obviously. I didn't want to do chat, but it was the only way of contacting them to see how I could add, because they wanted to change my phone number. I'm like, what are you telling me? Change my phone number? I don't want a new phone number. Hopefully I didn't get things screwed up when I was in there. I hit start over, and it took a while for it to finally blank the screen, so I'm hoping that I finally got it. Yeah, I agree with Tamama, right? That is a nice word count. You're doing great. Yeah, more than I got. Unless you count the words I typed in chat. I mean, I did have to do some typing there. Okay, so let's start another chat unless somebody has an objection. And I will check out this link and see where it takes me, and if I can get my free stuff that I was promised. This is a whole new phone way of working. It doesn't have the buttons anymore. It's all scrolling with your finger, sliding up and down and sideways with your finger. So it's a little bit different. So, okay. Let me go ahead. This will be our 7th. Trying to keep track. 7th sprint. 30 minutes. And we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. Except it's not there. Why is it not there? It's there, but it's not there. All right, I'm going to stop the screen from sharing and redo it because, oh, wait a minute, maybe I can click on here. Remove, add stream. Ah, got it. Okay, didn't have to do that. Okay. All right, let's go again. I'm going to try my app, which I'm not too thrilled with, and see what happens with the app. Oh, that's right. No button. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I give up. I will call them tomorrow because this is not working. Oh, my butt's sore from sitting. I hate apps. I hate them with passion. So tomorrow I will call and talk to a real life person and they can talk me through this signing up because I can't seem to do it. I do it on my computer. It wants me to switch and I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be switching things, so I don't want to do that either without talking to somebody. So I think I would just keep this up for the night, give myself a break from Verizon. I'm a little bit fed up with Verizon right now. Okay. Oh, I want to get back to my story. Though I need a glass of milk before I can go any further. I had to get Lactate because I can't have lactose. And I'm not a milk drinker because I don't really like milk anyhow, but with chocolate in it, I can stomach it. So I'm going to get a nice cold glass of chocolate milk. And I will be right back. Oh, Hmm. Okay, so that was another 30 minutes run. I got a few words written. Um, I got some of the lactose-free milk with chocolate in it, and it kind of coats your stomach. It feels kind of good going down. So I did that, and a little bit of writing, trying to decide whether I need to go further with the section I'm on, or if I can now switch over to where the police are starting their investigation. I mean, they started in this little part that I was just in, but that's the initial arrival on the scene. I don't want to go into super amount of detail on everything that's found there. Just what needs to be uh, mentioned. So how'd everybody do? I just realized we're supposed to have a snowstorm tomorrow. I have to go to the doctor's office, and I have to drive, and I don't like snow. Video rendered, Mama says. And good, made all the timestamps for the description. About to upload. Sounds like a good job. Good done there. Ah, yeah, the storm. Yeah, I didn't even get any details of the storm. I thought I got out of this section and now it's asking me for a password again. Let's see what comes up. Now it's just order history. That's not what it is. Okay, how do I get out of this? I was so used to the button to get out of this. It says, not many words that sprint. Some research, though. Research is a necessary evil. Don't worry about it. It has to happen. We can't know everything. And Tamama says, unfortunately, you also have to venture out into the world tomorrow. Yeah, me too. BA said she heard about the storm. My mom's hoping to beat it. I don't know how bad it's supposed to be. And I'm trying to get out of the page I'm currently on. Okay, here we go. This gets a little easier. Weather. Winter weather advisory for Gloucester County. That's me. And this supposed to start noon, 40% snow. And then it's going to change during. I don't think I have to worry about that storm tomorrow. It's just going to get wet. Oh well. Could be worse. Could be snow. An hour of snow and then rain. 100% rain, so pretty clear that I'm going to get wet. So I don't think that's going to turn into much of anything for me. I'm further down than you are, Tamama, so I don't know about your area, but looks like my area is not too bad. And it's clear right now, so it's not even starting until tomorrow afternoon. Since I'm driving myself to the doctor, at least I don't have to stand outside in the cold waiting for the people to come pick me up. I canceled everything and just said I'll drive because it got so confusing. Maybe it says, mom and stepdad are truck drivers. Ooh, 18-wheeler like truck drivers, big trucks. That must be an interesting life. I mean, if you're on the road, not the ones that just do it, for the day in the area and go home, but that actually live on the road. And my hair's a mess. What am I doing? I'm trying to do it in the thing, and I can't because it's backwards. Everything's backwards. So doesn't look like a snowstorm's going to be much of anything. I can relax. Probably have to get up early though, so I can deal with Verizon. I still have to go to the store. I have to make an appointment. I wasn't able to. I didn't see a spot to make that. He told me I could make an appointment on this on the. Let me see. Go to the stores. Schedule an appointment. Who didn't? Yeah, forget the Verizon app. I'm not making an appointment for that. Check in when they arrive. Oh, actually, the one I was going to go to isn't even the closest one. Okay. They do go across the country and deliver all sorts of stuff. So that's kind of an interesting lifestyle. Of course, it's pretty close current, pretty close quarters if you're mad at each other, though. Interesting. Okay. That is very, very interesting. I've seen, of course, movies about people doing long, cross country driving in the same truck. Some who do it, single, so they have to stop all the time, and others, you say your mom and stepdad do co-driving, which is cool, so they don't have to stop as often. I mean, I'm sure they still want to stop occasionally and get out and, but they can drive a little bit longer if they both drive. Do it a little bit faster, get a little bit more done. I don't think it would suit me though, because I don't like driving. Not even little cars. I don't like driving, and definitely don't like big, bulky vehicles. For a while, I had to drive a pickup truck and a van. My ex-husband made me because he wanted the other vehicle, and so I got stuck. And most moms with kids like the well, then it was vans, minivans. Now, of course, it's SUVs. My kids all have SUVs for their kids. The moms, the fathers have trucks, and the moms have SUVs. That doesn't interest me. I like a nice little tiny car, compact, because I'm afraid of driving. So, to be to they swap. One drives while the other sleeps, and then they swap. Well, that makes a lot of sense, and certainly but can't talk. They can get more done that way. Um, and then just stop every now and then for a potty break and a food break, unless they bring all their food with them. Some of those trucks have berths in them so you can sleep. I assume since they do it that way, they probably have one that has a bed in the back for whoever's sleeping, so you don't have to sit up and sleep. I would hope, anyhow. Be very uncomfortable sitting up all the time sleeping. Sounds like they lead an interesting life. So, guys, you still ready to sprint some more, or what are we doing? I haven't seen Jen in a couple of days. I don't know what happened. I was on with her the other night. It was just her and I kept falling asleep. And she could see. She finally said, "You gotta go to bed." So that was the last I heard from Jen. So I'm not sure what happened. She found somewhere else to go, or because she was on deadline with all that writing she does. She had a lot to write. She wanted to keep going, but had to be without me. I think she said, oh, maybe I did see her the next day. Yeah, it's right, briefly in another sprint. And she said that she kept on writing for several more hours. I had to stop, though. I just couldn't keep my eyeballs open. And they said, no way. So, again, we can do another 30-minute sprint. Yeah, we may have all been in the same stream that night. I vaguely remember it. I think we were all on the same one. I don't know if that was Courtney and Brooks or not. Okay. Right. Let's set up another one. We are 8. Yeah, she's a mother. Um, she's telling me, about her relationship with her daughter and how good it is for being a teenager. And teenage years are get rough. And she says she has a really good relationship with her still, which is good. And she's turning 16. Well, that was true. It was coming up on her birthday. And a couple of times she's fallen asleep after going to, make sure she was okay. She ended up falling asleep before she came back. I'm done the parenting part. I'm into the grandparenting part. Much easier. Especially now, virus, I can't even see them, so that kind of sucks. But anyhow, okay. So BH is still looking up things on Google. All my searches start with how do you describe? Oh dear. The description gets me every time. Yeah, I'm not real good with description either. Like I said, I did a lot of writing of short stories and flash fiction where you had to strip all that out of there. You can't have a lot of. And you got only have 100 words to write a whole story. There's no description. They just wear a coat. They don't wear a red, coat with a nice fur collar and all that stuff. It's just a coat. Any old coat will do. So my description needs a lot of work as well. So, okay, let's get this sprint started. Maybe I'll get some writing done this time. Maybe I won't. My cell phone is teasing me again. All right, 30 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And I will see you in 30 minutes. I'm usually a dialogue or inner thoughts person. My description is subpar, I'm afraid. I like dialogue. I think you can get a lot more into the story with dialogue without having to actually point it out. But you do still have to do some description. Can't get away from it. Okay, guys. See you in a little bit. I'll finish my milk and see what this phone's doing, and then I'm going to write. Lactate, which is, of course, lactose milk without lactose. It's a lot more expensive than regular milk without. I do like the taste. At least it tastes good. With chocolate in it. I don't like white milk. Oh, yeah. What's that? A man has so many hang-ups with describing body movements and specific expressions. Depends on what body movements we're talking about. Yeah, I may have a few hang-ups there too. I don't know how to do expressions too much. I mean, smile, smirk, sneer. Yeah, how many are there? I think I'm actually downloading, hopefully, what I need. Open Hulu. Maybe it's not the right one. Not sure. Wants to charge me. Log in with my TV provider. Log in with Hulu. I don't think I signed up for Hulu. I haven't actually signed in. I'm talking to myself. Sorry. That startled me. The emotion thesauruses. Yeah, I see there's a whole bunch of them now. Hanging out with your dog. Yeah, those thesauruses. I just saw there's a whole bunch more of them. Not just, I think they started out with one. They've increased it to quite a few now. Emotional thesauruses. Yeah. They're actually, I guess, pretty handy if you think about it. They give you the actual description you can use. Maybe I'll have to check them out too. Add it to my list of 50,000 things I have to do. Don't want to. A lot of those. Don't want to. So how'd you guys do besides looking up different researching? Anybody writing? I think I kind of hope I've got the apps I need to stream what I need to stream. Hi, Dee Dee. Well, we're still going strong. So Mama raided the kitchen. I'm busy messing with my new iPhone 12. Though I was writing earlier, I really was. She updated her word counts. We each got only a few more words, but she's doing a lot of research. So, still plenty of time. Still kind of early. We just got done a sprint, which scared the daylights out of me because I was involved in my phone. I didn't even realize the deadline was coming up on that one. He helped with this character who had killed someone for the first time. Wow, those are the kind of things you find in there. That must be interesting books. I kind of started glancing at one of them. Yeah, I got the new iPhone 12, which is completely different because there's no button anymore. It's all sliding and whatnot. And I'm not real familiar with it. I'm still struggling to get around. And I'm still trying to get my free bundles, the stuff that came with the phone. And so I get Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN. And I'm trying to figure out how to get them started. And I may have to call somebody on the phone and say, look, walk me through this. I'm having an issue. Plus, I have to go to the store and get the case put on and the plastic, hard plastic, almost glass-like protection for the front. Yeah, it's pretty. I had $120 in device dollars, so that paid off my phone almost. I just had to pay $24 left on the phone, and then I got $444 $440 off the phone, and I got that bundle. Plus, also 6 months of Apple Music. But I'm just trying to get everything hooked up and started. That's the hard part. And it's hard to do with the chat bots. Those things are a pain in the whatever you want to, part of your body you want to name. So, let's see. Open ESPN. So I chose my team. BH is researching in bed next to a snoring pit bull and 2 sleeping chihuahuas. Interesting combination there. Any room left there for you? Yeah, so trying to get used to the new phone without the button that I'm used to having. I didn't see any reason to jump, far. I had an 8. And I know, I could probably still get the 9 and the 10 and the 11. But why do that when I got a special? And with the 5G network to boot, it was cheaper than my old one. So, and it's bigger. So it's a little bit easier for me to type one. I'm not always hitting 2 keys at once. But it's a little harder on my hands because my hands are small. BH says, not by much. I was getting 300s. Now I'm getting a random 11 words. Hey, 11's still more than nothing. Just keep adding them up, and eventually you'll get a number out of them that's decent. BH is the only one working here. Yeah, the rest of us are fooling around. Dee says, I have a 7 and it's really slow because they slowdowns they come out with the newer models. Get the newer ones when you can. Yeah, well, I went like 6, 7, 8, and I've had an 8 for a while. Well, it was kind of close to being paid off, $124. And with the device dollars, the 120 of it paid that off, and then I only had $24 to pay off. So that with the special and everything, it was worth to go to the 12, just skip all those other ones in between instead of jumping each, number up. Because I have no idea how the camera's going to work, because this is what I used to record my videos with, and no idea how that's going to work. I'm still struggling to see what's going to different programs are going to work. And whether or not those streaming programs I was offered actually work. Oh. PH says, yeah, well, I usually just the Chihuahuas, but Mom left her pit bull with me. My sister has her own pit bull, and the foster dog in her bed with my mom and stepdad is a Yorkie and a Chihuahua mix. Wow, lots of dogs. Sometimes I miss pets, sometimes I don't. I remember when we first got married, we had two good size. They were mixed, but they were big. They were oh, what the heck were they? I can see the picture of the dog. They come in black, brown, and golden retrievers. Retrievers. But they were mixed, so they weren't completely full grown, as big as they could have gotten. But we had two of them. And those darn dogs would get in the middle of the bed, stretch completely out as far as they could, and push us off the bed. One on each side. Both of them would just push till we fell off the side of the bed. Like, dog, either share or get off. B says, in high school, I had a flip phone. As an adult, a prepaid touchscreen, but now a Samsung Galaxy 10. Strange upgrade of phones. Yeah, when my son was in high school, he had the flip phone. So we got flip phones then because I got the first family plan and his first ever phone. And he was so excited. He said, this is my best birthday ever. He was like 15. Back then, you didn't get kids' phones very young. But I got him one because I saw the poor kid was sitting in the house because he was afraid the phone would ring if he went out and he'd miss something. So I got him a phone. And so he could go out and still get his phone calls. And he told me that was his best ever birthday gift. So I really did a good job with that. And then he went to iPhone. He was a strict iPhone user for years. So I switched to iPhone. Then he decides that he's going to be an Android user. I'm not sure what he has. And he told me that, Mom, you do not want an Android. If you think you have trouble with the iPhone, you don't want an Android. They're much harder to use. And I do have a lot of trouble with my iPhone. So, but now I am fully upgraded to the new iPhone 12. Nothing fancy. None of those fancy ones you see with the phone coming out and all that. No, it's just an iPhone 12. Whatever was cheapest. It's fine with me. Doesn't have to be fancy. It does have two on the back where the camera is. It has two circles. Plus a third little circle. I don't know. Haven't tried taking a picture yet, so I'm not sure. And that's how I do all my videos, so I have to learn how to do that. B says, oh, yep, the bed isn't truly ours. They take over the territory. Well, the pit bull has her head in my lap. Well, that's better than where it could have been. Could be a lot worse. We had dogs and cats when I was married because I was a cat person and my husband preferred dogs, ex-husband now. And we went from one or two. It varied because we had one that had puppies and we kept, and she was part retriever, but she was part whatever that big red dog is. So she had all that hair, but she was like, and the skittishness of I forget the kind of dog it is, the bright red one though. And but she was black. Pretty dog, really pretty. We also had one of the ones pinchers, Doberman Pinscher. We had a red Doberman Pinscher. He wanted a miniature, but he never did get one of those. He had a couple other. He had the, I can still see him, Augustus Maximus. He was a, what's the name of the dog? Small dog though. My ex was into the purebred, so we've always paid a lot of money for dogs, which I think is crazy. I'm quite fine with a mixed one. I really don't need to spend all that money to have a purebred dog, but he did. And then I had, at the most, 2 cats at a time. Usually one, but we had one adopt us, and my husband kept saying, if you ignore it, it'll go away. Don't feed it, it'll go away. Well, the cat didn't care. It adopted my son one day, followed him home, never left, could feed itself, was quite happy feeding itself, and bringing all its leftovers to the door. That was always pleasant. And she didn't care if we fed her or not. She decided that's where she was going to live. So he finally agreed to let her in the house. And she was all white with blue eyes. She's a pretty cat. But I like black cats. I'm partial to black cats. So we had a black cat and a white cat. And then when she got pregnant, one of the fathers was white. Well, we gather was white because she had 3 white kittens, pure white kittens. And then there were tabbies, 3 tabbies, different color tabbies. It's like with the animals, they can, more than one father can impregnate them. So she had 3 white kittens and 3 tabby-like kittens of different colors. But you could tell they were all related because she had at the tip of her tail a crook, like this at the tip of her tail. And the kittens all had that crook at the tip of their tail. So like it was a genetic thing. It wasn't because she broke her tail. It was some kind of genetic thing. She had a crooked tail. It tipped over at the end. It's interesting. Then that's when we get divorced and the animals had to go. So some of them had run off, so we would see them around the town. People had adopted them. A couple we got adopted out, so I didn't take any with me. He took the dog. I said, I don't want the dog. He's trying to give me the dog. I said, I don't want the dog. Besides, I'm going someplace we can't have animals, so no animals. You want that dog, you keep her. Or get rid of her. Whatever you want to do. Okay, so I got lost. Did we decide to sprint again? We got to talking about dogs and cats. Too many dogs to get a kitten. They chase them. Big ones would. Well, we had one cat, and the neighbor's big God, I just said the name of the dog because we had one too. We had the red. They had the brown and black one. Anyhow, it was a huge dog. And my cat did not like it and did not put up with nothing and scratched the daily living out of that dog's nose when it tried to get too close and personal. That dog never got near that cat again. The snoring just got worse. People are snoring sleep. Deep. Oh wow. Did we want to sprint again? I'm sorry, I lost track of the conversation. We got to talking. And go on to another sprint. I wanted to write some more, but then I got bogged down with this phone. Then I was trying to make an appointment to get the case and the glass piece on the front put on. All right, so this was the eighth sprint, so we're going to the ninth one. I'm going to start a 30-minute sprint. Okay, we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Do whatever you want to. See you in 30 minutes. Bye. Okie dokie. 30 minutes. Oh, it didn't start. Why did you not start? Didn't I hit start? Thought I hit start. All right, now I'll start. All right, back to what I was doing with this one. Disney Plus. I found that. There's Hulu. There's Hulu. And there is ESPN. No, but I haven't got logged in yet. I guess I'm gonna have to call somebody tomorrow. I don't know what that I'm doing. Now I can't log into them. I got them, but I can't log in. See if it works here. No, I got into Disney Plus. That's 1 out of 3. Not too bad. Need help with the others. Interesting. Does it turn sideways when I turn? Maybe there's a setting for them. Home Alone. My kids used to watch that movie every day. All right, B just seen up. I was wondering what was out of order. Okay. All right. So now I need to add this to my password thing so I can sign into it again. Disney Plus. It would be easier if it was just one sign in for the whole thing. It's a bundle. It doesn't look like it works that way. Okay. This has been a long, hard battle, Dee Dee, I'll tell you. I've been fighting with Verizon for hours now, trying to get this straightened out. Okay. And now ESPN. to talk to them about that. All right, I got one out of three set up. Oh, four. I got to get the Apple Music. To be Apple Music. 6-month trial. Oh, bye to Mama. Have a good night. Thanks for being here. Hope to see you soon. And getting this new phone's driving me crazy. It's such a drastic change from the 8 to the 12. I'm getting better at it, so not very good. If it suddenly starts playing loud music, I apologize. I'm downloading my free Apple Music and I don't know what it's going to do. It just says loading and it's running with a little thing, running and running and running. So I don't know how long it's going to load. Or what it's going to do. I burned my mouth last night and it still hurts. Burned it bad. Got the lips and the tongue. Thankfully, I didn't swallow it, so it didn't burn all the way down. Oh, it's taking a long time to load. The only one that seems to be working so far is Disney Plus. I got Disney Plus, ESPN, Hulu, and 6 months of Apple Music free. I don't know how long the other three last, if they're all the time or if they're limited and see a date where they end it. This one specifies 6 months and then it would be $9.99 a month after that. I'm not a big music listener. But it would be nice to have some music on my phone if I feel like listening to it. Still so bruised from when I was in the hospital and all those IVs and needle sticks. Oh, Lord. This is about to run out. That was a quick 30 minutes. I hate needles too. I'm a diabetic though. I take insulin. The only good thing is that I have a pump now, so I only have to every 3 days put one, and it's not painful. The needle puts the plastic cannula under my skin, and then I use the pump to control my insulin. I do have to stick my fingers, but I'm supposed to be getting a continuous glucose monitor, and that'll be, I think, one every 9 days. I have to change it, and then I won't have to keep sticking my fingers all the time either. Here I go. Timer off. How'd we do? I've been sitting here waiting for this thing to load. And I don't know, since it still says it's loading with the little circle running around in the circle. I don't know if it's done doing what it's doing or if I have to sit here for another 30 minutes. It's been doing it for like 30 minutes. There is a listen now button at the top. I can try it and see if it'll let me play. but I don't want to do that when I got an open screen, because who knows how loud it might be. So how'd you guys do? Now I got the itchies. A case of the itchies. Oh, great, BH, 180 words. That's wonderful. Dee Dee says I got my 300 words in. I am going to start making myself write 500 words a day in January because I need to get this draft done, and 500 isn't unreasonable. No, it's not unreasonable, actually. You could actually do it in a 30-minute sprint if you're a decent enough typer and know what you're writing, like have something planned. But certainly within an hour, you should be able to get 100 words, 500 words, 100 words, 500 words if you work steadily at it. I don't have any goals. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I find I don't tend to meet the goals, so it kind of is frustrating for me. So I find it's even easier just to not set a set goal and try to, like get all upset and out of shape if I don't do it. I mean, if there's something that I definitely know I have to do, that's a different story. But I'm not on a steady track anywhere that I need to set goals at this point. So I don't have any. And I don't know if that's good or bad. Because I usually don't look at them even after, if I do write them down. There's somebody said that writing them down still gives you some kind of an edge. I just didn't start at my first bullet journal, setting it up. And I don't know if it's going to be what I'm really looking for. But it's kind of like my planner. And I don't really want two of them. Like I don't want the same information I have to be updating in two places. So either it's set it up completely different so that what I'm doing is kept in separate places, or have one book do everything. And I kind of like the idea of one book doing everything. So I have a happy planner, and it's customizable. And so I'm thinking that, I might just stick with my happy planner and not so much the bullet journal. But I haven't decided yet because I want to look at some of the videos of how other people use their bullet journals, what they use them for. Dee Dee says I get really lazy if I don't have a set goal. I haven't written for about 2 weeks. That's it. Goals work for you, then that's good to have them. But if you don't, if you have the goals and you don't reach them and it get upset, like BH says, she does too, that I don't find it productive. If it's productive, I don't see the reason for it. Now some people like Jen Mooney, who's on here most of the time, I haven't seen her in a couple of days. She writes for other people, so she has to have a goal because she needs to get these words done in a certain amount of time they're required. So I can see in her place having to have a set goal. Beach says I usually write and then type later. Sometimes type, write out, and then retype. I type almost everything. When I was younger in school, I found that when I hand wrote my notes, then came home and typed them up, I was more apt to remember them than if I just scribbled a bunch of notes in school and then just pushed the book out of the way. It kind of helps cement them in my mind. Now, I have heard people say that I don't, since I'm not an outliner, I've heard people say, though, that it's a good idea to take your finished draft and make an outline out of that, which is kind of what I did in school for research papers because, outline was always required, but I didn't write by one. I just kind of knew what needed to be in it, kind of like what I know now, like my mind. I'm a pantser, and my mind knows what it needs to do, and that's pretty good. Dee says my journals are terrible. Yeah, that's one thing that people that do these stress. They don't use, like I'm sitting here with a ruler and trying to draw it straight, and it's got the little dots on it and trying to follow dots in a straight line, and they're like, I don't do that. I just draw down by hand. It doesn't matter if it's messy or not. And but I don't know what their word is. I want aesthetic or whatever. I like my things neat and organized. Even if I'm not organized, I want them to look organized. So it bothers me to see all these uneven lines on this bullet journal. I prefer it to be lined up and neater. I do have a happy planner, though. It's totally customizable. And I'm thinking about doing that. I don't know if the bullet journal is a necessary item. I could keep my writing maybe separate from my regular life, my writing life separate. Then it could go in a bullet journal, and it would be. But I don't even keep track of the words I type each day. I don't know whether you keep track of every word you put down, but I don't. And I don't even know if that's good or bad. But I don't do it. Oh, my phone went off on me. Come on, be a good phone. Stop giving me anguish. Ah, let's see. Going through Verizon, so that's not the one I want. Okay. Okay. Password for that is, excuse me a second while I do this. Hmm. I'm figuring that. I'll sign it. I hit the wrong thing. Okay. I'm sorry if this song starts blasting music. I don't know what it's going to do. Try again later. Well, that explained that. Oh, it's still back to the loading. Another thing I get to discuss with Verizon tomorrow. Okay, so B8 says people used to make fun of me when I brought journals to school because I was always doing my homework at lunchroom study hall. If it got done sooner than expected, then I wrote stories or journal. Good idea. Dee Dee says, yes, I always wanted to get my homework done before I left school. All the other kids were confined. I were goofing off in City Hall, and I was like, nah, I'm going to get actually study. Yeah, good idea. That's kind of the way I was. I like to get it done and over with. So this journal, the book came with a kit, a journaling kit. So like, it's more of a practice thing to learn different styles and what to do and how it looks. You can always buy a different journal. If I decide to bullet journal, you can always get a different one. But this one came in with it. B8 said, my school was one of those where kids did chewing tobacco on the school bus and spit it into empty milk containers. Oh no, Dee Dee says. Yeah, my school sucked. Hey, I'd rather go into an empty milk container than in your hair. Imagine if they were spitting it in your hair. Yuck. Some kids are gross. High school. I don't know how I survived high school. I was bullied and it was terrible. Didn't have a lot of friends. I was certainly not in the popular group. I was a nerd. I was bookish and all that. I was smart. They didn't want anything to do with me unless I want to let them copy my homework. Bad time of life. Would not want to repeat my childhood for anything at all. this is not this is not ready, so I don't know what to do with it. It just keeps saying it's not downloading. Yeah. Peaches, so yeah, people tore apart pens to throw the ink, caps, and cylinder separately at me. And Dee Dee said you couldn't pay me to go back to high school. I agree with both of you. Sounds like we were all kind of in the same category. And I guess all writers probably were. Probably all. Most of us are introverts. Not all, but most of us are introverts. Very shy. And different. We were different and people didn't like different. Yeah, childhood was terrible. It created an awful adult too, because I feel that, because of what I went through, so much of my life, I was afraid because of what I had to endure in school. That I was afraid to do anything as an adult because I didn't know how I would be treated. You know. And I'm probably a lot older than, I don't know, BH is kind of young, but I don't know how old you are, Dee Dee. I'm 64 years old. So my high school years were a lot different than today's high school years in some ways, but I was still treated awful. I mean, you always had the couple kids that liked everybody and that weren't mean to anybody. Then you had the ones that were the cool kids that were mean to anybody that wasn't one of them. Then you had the creepy, the creepy ones. Because there were the nerds, but there were also the creepy kids. BH says in middle school, the same kid kept tripping me on the school bus every day. My sister finally punched him and he lost a tooth. The bus driver didn't do anything or punish her. Good. Maybe the bus driver should have done something themselves, but maybe that was the only way they could do it. They didn't want to handle it, so they didn't let the kids handle it. However, hopefully that stopped that kid from that behavior. Hopefully. Anything my phone's not doing is charging, and I guess because I'm constantly using it. It came halfway charged, and I haven't been able to get a full charge on it. But I've been constantly doing something with it the whole time for hours now. Bus driver probably wanted to punch the kid. Probably, but they can't. And BH says in high school it was awful. I was walking casually down the hall talking to myself and someone screamed in my face. Well, we put up with a lot of crap in high school, didn't we? It's a wonder kids survive it. And then they wonder why kids go into rampages like they do. The teachers just let that stuff go. They just let it go. Once I had my face slammed into a closed locker because of the I didn't see you there. Oh, yeah. Lovely. I guess all of us writers probably suffered the same sort of humiliations and treatment all through school. So I know we survived it all. This thing's still trying to load. Something tells me it's not going to load overnight either. So tomorrow, I have to call Apple, find out how to get all these programs on my phone that I'm entitled to. I have to try to make, I was trying to make an appointment, and that didn't happen. Lots of bent up, frustration, yeah. And I like learning, but not people. I agree. I still like learning and don't like people. I have a lot of calls to make in the morning. Definitely. So I made a lot of calls because I set up a bunch of medical appointments because of what just happened and being in the hospital. And then something changed and I had to go and change all the appointments. And That's what I was doing today. And then I had to change all the, because then I had rides scheduled for those appointments. And I had to change that. So a couple of them I'll be driving myself instead of changing all the, because I had to cancel the ones I had. I reset up one of them, but I didn't set up the other one. And BH hopefully everything gets straightened out, Tessa. I hope so, BH, because I'll tell you, one, I hate telephones. I hate making phone calls. I hate the nonsense they put me through. And dealing sometimes with people in customer service can be a real hassle. And I'm, entitled to all this stuff with my phone, and I want it. And I need to get the screen put on my face on my phone, and I need to get the case on, and I tried to put the case on, and I couldn't do it. Yeah, hopefully everything will get straightened out eventually. Plus, I got to go to the doctor's tomorrow, as if I don't have enough to do. That's in the afternoon. At least the storm is not supposed to be like what it was supposed to be. It's just going to be a lot of rain, which I could do without. But it's better than snow. I had a nice empty calendar. Now it's all full up with stuff. Tuesday, I'm really dreading. Next Tuesday, I have an injection, and it's a really painful one in my spine where they burn the ends of the nerves. The last one really knocked me for a loop. I had that one. The regular ones are bad enough, but that one, they burn it bad. All right, Dee Dee, you're going to head out because I have to get up early tomorrow. I wasn't here long, but I'm going to try to make it in time to the next one. Hope you get it all up and working. Thank you so much, Dee Dee, and I hope you do come back. Next one, it's not scheduled yet. It should be Thursday at 8, or no, 7:30. I think I'm changing them to 7:30 instead of 8. So Tuesday and Thursday, 7:30, and Fridays, I may change it to 9 o'clock instead of 10 o'clock. A little bit earlier because I'm getting such late nights and I don't sleep so well. So I hope to see you again. I do have pop-ups every now and then. Was today a pop-up? Today was a pop-up because nobody else had one scheduled. And I wanted to write, so I figured I'll pop up and I'll have a live stream in case anybody wants to join. Okay. So you guys have, let's say BH didn't say goodnight yet, so I don't may be saying goodnight to the wrong person. It's Dee Dee this week. Have a good night, Dee Dee, and hope to see you soon. Okay, BH. So it's you and I. So I see you're getting ready to go to sleep too. Yeah, see, it's 2:30 here. It's 1:30 where you are. Okay, so hope to see you soon. It's been nice having you guys here tonight. I didn't have to have a sprint all to myself, which I was afraid it might be at first when I first. Oh no, this was the scheduled one. I'm sorry, this is not the pop-up one. That's right. I had Megan with me in the beginning of the night, and we hardly had anybody here. And I'm like, oh gosh, I had somebody here, and hardly anybody showed up. couple people showed up. I felt bad, but I can't control who comes and who doesn't. And since there was a couple bigger ones tonight, there was not a lot of hope for mine. So I hope to see you soon. Have a good night. Oh, shoot. I forgot. Can't be playing music on here. I'm just running or I could get out. I don't need a copyright infringement on that kind of plate, so maybe that won't be so bad. Try it tomorrow when I'm not on here. Oh. Oh, so I almost forgot I was still on. Well, I've been on for almost 7 hours. I might end the broadcast. Everybody left.